When the lab coats say these rifts could destroy the entire galaxy, that doesn't include the main menu, right? Geography ain't my strong suit.
Oh there. Approach the gate and identify yourself if you're looking for access.
The corpses in here end up as rapid on chow.
Yes, and?
I spent some time with rapid on chow.
If you won't let us sleep for 8, you can't charge us for stimulants! Just grab a pill and No more bottles on factory floors! Time for unlocked bathroom doors! With no
Something like
no
this just before
downtime!
Auntie's choice took
We
over
shouldn't
Cosetta.
pay for a drink
Didn't
at a
end well for
time!
the bosses.
That's
I'll tell
right,
you that.
folks. Keep the chanting going. I can see the overseer up in her office, and we're definitely making her
We
miserable.
don't want to make demands, but no more repeat.
Welcome, fellow disgruntled worker. Can't say I recognize you. You come from a different plant to support our cause? We're causing trouble. We just found out that we're basically slave labor. And now we're learning to stand up for ourselves. We need the proletariat to yield to, worker subjugation by xenophobic proxy? No, that ain't right. But it's something that sounds super fancy when Will explains it. Honestly, we just want to eat, sleep, and relieve ourselves on a reasonable schedule. But the damn overseer, I think she's getting rich off of breaking our backs. I ain't sure how you're gonna get in. This door is barred from the inside, and I don't think...
No time to conversate. To make demands, but no more peeing in bottles and cans. No more bottles on factory floors. Time for unlocked bathroom doors.
Yes? The whole reason we set up here is to avoid customers. Is there something you need? See that repackaging facility down there? We're supposed to be working it, slaving away for a few meager bits that we then gotta use to pay for our own necessities. They work us like sissy pigs, charge us for the stims we need to yoke those hours, and don't let us relieve ourselves but an empty So, we're making trouble until that changes. Until we get some respect. Until the privy is... Can't imagine what. Ain't like you could fix all of Auntie's Choices hierarchy by your own self. I don't think you could even change this one dumpish overseer. Now, if you'll excuse me.
So I'm clear, we're...
Heads up with no brakes and no downtime. We shouldn't pay for a drink at a time.
believe what I'm losing on adrenatime and antifizzo's number.
The beauty of the corporatist ideology rears its ugly head.
Hey, we gotta... Welcome to Auntie's Fine Product Revitalization Center, where I assume you are the disruption ameliorator from home office? It was about damn time you got here. This labor stoppage has put us almost a full week behind schedule, and is making me look quite the fool. Unsophisticated, impertinent, dim-witted. You'll fit right in with my peons. So, maybe it'll make sense to you when they babble about... It should go without saying that such flights of fantasy have no place inside Auntie's...
I reckon she's got her wires crossed. Basic dignity is what Auntie's Choice promised us when we signed up. So long as we... And while we might have faced grave consequences...
Nevertheless, here, we must focus on getting these ingrates back to work. And remind them that they're damn lucky to have Auntie's Choice to dedicate their lives to. Absolutely. These lugs have been positively exalted in the good fortune of... Why? Can you imagine suffering? No. Only within Auntie's Choice can these drudges achieve genuine prominence. If they exhibit excessive dedication, they may even earn some modicum of the... You're asking me? That clearly is your domain. Running this invaluable facility on it. And when I say I, it is critical that you understand that as director of this facility, I should effectively be treated as though I were an executive. Is that clear? Well, there's no call for rudeness. It's unnecessary, unprofessional, and distracts. This plant relabels dated items with new So, the workers may be unhappy, but they must realize their comfort is a distant second to Auntie's delivery schedule. Or in short, they need to get back to work. My workers are striking people now? How very alarming. We must resolve this before things get even further. They've appointed some kind of leader, and he's the one you have to talk to. His name is, Dummy? If I'm honest, my gaze is purely... I am a very important upper, middle, lower manager, and the way I advance that status scantily. Their value is in providing their minuscule contribution, and by providing their maximal effort, they allow me to ascend, vacating this position so that one of their undistinguished masses can fill it, thereby becoming distinguished. I believe he has demands, but I can't be bothered to remember what they were. They alter the generous term. You will find him up on the landing pad with some of his minions. Go help him understand the situation so everyone can get back to work. That clear? Yes, well, I'm sure you'll manage. Auntie has... Best of luck to you. Do us
Heads up! Make some space!
That's right, folks. Keep it. That's right, folks. Keep the chanting going. I can see the overseer up in her office, and we're definitely making her miserable.
Sleeper in! You can't charge us for stimulating!
I ain't aiming to seem rude, but I got a lot to deal with right now. Unless this is mighty important, I'll respectfully ask to be left to my business. Then what in law's name are you doing here? Well, that certainly is unexpected. And potentially wonderful. Assuming, of course, you can actually help us. Auntie's got to prioritize worker prosperity over productivity. What we've got now is poor labor retention techniques. Remind me again?
An inhospitable occupational environment that ignores work.
Right, that. Right. Exactly. The conditions under which Auntie extracts our labor.
They work 20-hour shifts, which require stims to endure. And if that inhuman brutality isn't enough to... It is an unconscionable condition to keep these workers in. I can't imagine how hard it is for them to coordinate their daily duties.
Our shifts need to be reduced to 12 hours a day. 4 hours of personal time ain't even enough to rest, much less get any actual living done. Second, if we gotta work those long hours, we want free Adrena time. Bad enough it's making everything taste like we're gnawing nickel pads. Having to pay for the pleasure's too far. Finally, we want all-day bathroom access. Expecting us to fit our necessities into the same 4 hours is just mean. Plus, between us, most folk ain't, if you get my meaning. Thank you for your try.
Welcome back, Ameliorator. Did you make contact with workers? Do they understand that this stoppage is madness? Are they ready to return? So, what are these ingrate alley sprats willing to settle for? Golden privies and gilded sheets to be spoon-fed crunch whenever their tummies rumble? 8-hour workdays? hour? Are they mad? What are they gonna do with the other half of the day? I am, frankly, disappointed you would even bring me such a preposterous demand. You should have nipped this offensive arrogance in the bud. Ah, I understand now. It is important that I see what they are about and how they would choose. Free? Free? Nothing inside of Auntie's Choice is free. Giving something away for free is akin to ignoring the cost of its creation, which is one small step from the system completely breaking down and plunging us all into anarchy. What in the void are you talking about? My greed is certainly doing no such thing. What? No, I would never. That's slander. And or libel. Well, fuck. That's quite the rub, isn't it? All right, what do you want? All right. Though I don't know why you'd waste this capital leverage on benefits for strangers. Is there more they ask? They want to relieve themselves on company time? What if they lounge? What if they take time to relax? What if they retreat to indulge their baser urges? Auntie would be paying for all manner of unprofitable shenanigans. Oh my. You're probably right. It's been so long since I've shared a facility, I've forgotten how and what more do they want? Very good. Ha! I was going to say very good, but that...
Hello again. Do you have news for us about the negotiations? That's as fine a place to start as any. What did that tyrant have to say for herself? Well, I can't be a most promising development. How is she willing to see reason? Free? Really? Why, I'd surely have lost that bet. What's next? Excellent. What progress have you made? What a little cheat. We could get plenty done with... Well, it's not the outcome we were hoping for.
Damn! I really felt like I was close to signing all of you, and I needed that recruitment bonus. I don't know how I'm going to afford my hair cream now, but I'll get him next time. And he won't always have you working her ankles for her.
Next time? Against you? What in law's name are you saying?
Yeah, I was starting to have the same thought.
It don't matter. All that matters is, now, if you'll excuse us...
Not sure how I feel about making workers' lives minimally better so they keep on slaving away. I guess if they're too slack-jawed to see what's being done to them, so be it.
The workers have returned and production has resumed. Wonderful work, our disruption ameliorator. I do wish it had... I have already informed the Home Office, and with it, put in an extra sprinkling of mild praise. You may tell the executives that dispatch...
Protectorate personnel, only beyond this point. Leave immediately. If you...
Agitators! Hopped up on sugar, no doubt.
On the way. Someone call for a medic. Let's get him healed.
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Have you considered that submitting ourselves voluntarily is proof enough that we don't in fact waste resources that could be better spent on other subjects? Need I remind you that we are at war? All loyal subjects must be willing to sacrifice their own betterment on behalf of the greater good. I believe this is one of those instances.
This might sting.
Unfriendly company. They're mine.
You were in a Charging my firearm.
All on the wrist. Step aside.
Recharge for mayhem.
Looking a little woozy there, Commander.
To the rescue! Right on scene! Progress. Sustain the system. Serve the sovereign.
What? Disruptive influences!
Enemy spot.
System abides!
On the rift.
Others are not. Prudence dictates. Cherish all we have and defend it.
Better take a hit.
Try my next step aside.
If you need a house call.
I am out!
That's why mental refreshment is so important.
Stymies are torn.
Trouble ahead.
And refused into a thing of symmetry.
On the way. To the rescue. Sight unseen.
All subjects prosper under the guidance of our ruler, the console.
Only the Protectorate possesses the advanced technology.
All subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Sovereign.
While there are many vessel refreshments found throughout Arcadia, acid water special.
Personally overseen by Remember, collective cognitive compliance.
Come in, come right in, and be refreshed.
When we comply together, we thrive together.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation.
To realign with the paradigm, to shed all manner of imperfect thoughts. All it takes is some light instruction, a restorative cocktail, and a quick dip into the lathe of particularity to abrade your imperfections. I'm Head Refresher Gould, and I guarantee when you exit our doors, you'll be a productive member of our perfect society again. Soon you'll say, goodbye, imperfect thoughts. Hello, contentment.
That was a nice tap on the old brain pan.
Advanced technology and know-how behind...
Greetings, subject. Or should I say, refreshed to be. Welcome to the Wellnetarium. You're not on my schedule. A walk-in, then. Wonderful. Once you're properly evaluated, we'll have you well on your way to refreshment.
And then our heads will be as empty as yours. I've seen this too many times. It's not as fun as it sounds.
Oh, you appear to have questions. A telltale sign of needing refreshment.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout Arcadia, Placid Waters Wellnetarium here on Prater is uniquely...
Why, of course. Naturally. It is the duty of every subject to submit for a quick mental tune-up whenever we experience imperfect thoughts or lack a little zeal. Our intake evaluation automech here simply needs to ask you if a baseline understanding of your character and background will assist our facilitators in determining the ideal regimen necessary to abrade any perceived personality irregularities. Placid Waters Wellnetarium is the primary mental refreshment facility on Praetor. We are tasked with ensuring local subject Head Refresher Gould says mental refreshment increases tractability. I've undergone the procedure myself. Several times, they say, and look at me now. Simply step over to my automechanical colleague to my left, / your right, and it will...
The mental refreshment process...
Greetings, subject unscheduled. Welcome to Placid Waters Wellnetarium. Subjects are required to respond 100%. Act Query 1. Concisely characterize your personal perspective.
Preserve set progress. Sustain the system.
Incorrect. The accepted answer is, I fulfill my duty to the Sovereign. As a loyal protectorate subject, by operating at peak efficacy, without error, perpetually. Each a vital cog. Query 2. Rate your present level of zealous efficaciousness on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being the highest, 3 being a traitor, 1 being dead.
Prudence dictates we rout all disruptive influences.
Incorrect. The degree of zealous efficaciousness expected of a dutiful and true Query 3. Do you ever fall prey to imperfect thoughts, including, but not limited to, doubt, disbelief, uncertainty, curiosity, unacceptable, a perfect society? Final query. How would your neighbors describe you? Unsatisfactory response. The appropriate reply was, they never questioned, never doubted. Formulating conclusion. Phrenometric matrix delineate 200. The acceptable amount for a true and dutiful protectorate subject is 0. In conclusion, you are in dire... Now, proceed to the nearby pneumatic tube to collect your complimentary unitard and lift pass. Next, proceed 1 floor down, where you will be... Your realignment with the paradigm begins now.
That's why mental refreshment is so important.
Collective cognitive compliance is a key part of your response.
Never
Only the Protectorate possesses the advanced technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment
Try to blend in.
process.
Act like a neutered, brain-dead lunatic.
Happy and contented.
Just be yourself.
And others are not.
Prudence dictates we reject individualism in all its many forms.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout Arcadia, Classic Waters Wellnetarium here on Prager is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould.
Oh, you're new. Must be. You still retain that look of inquiry and deliberation. I'm Waylon. No, I'm newly full of zeal. That is, I hope the process took it. They say my phrenometric peaks are resistant to abradement, but still, they try.
At our contentment.
Wait, I just blinked several times, didn't I? I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. My phrenometric peak. May you realize...
Efficiency at all times.
Medicament
Favor
dispensers
that
as
requires
noted
it.
for today.
Satisfy
Please
mental
proceed.
refreshment.
To request an exception.
Refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
The kitchen pantry is presently off limits due to anomalous structural tampering.
Only the Protectorate possesses the advanced technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented. And
Settle down, everyone. Lecture's playing. Prepare to be edified.
For today's topic, we'll touch on why our program is so very important. Ignorant, misguided outsiders may... Why does the Protectorate need mental refreshment? Doesn't it inhibit personal freedom? Yet this freedom they celebrate is a yawning chaos, and their choice is an invitation.
Greeting, unscheduled walk-in. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest, how mentally refreshed are you feeling today?
Humanity unguided is cravenly inept and slothful. We of the Protectorate are...
Rounding up for clarity / responding approvingly. Our refreshment facilitators will be pleased with your progress. Mindfully maintain mental momentum. Medicament dispensement has concluded for the day. Response. Medicaments are stored in medicament storage. The office farewell statement. May refreshment soon...
Aw, a new face. Well, I'd welcome you to the Wellnetarium, but the designated subject reader ought to have attended to that by now. I was once a victim of imperfect thoughts. Oh, I had so many questions. But my questioning days are long gone. Admitting you question is the first step in your recovery. But worry not. Soon enough, with our help and a little work, You'll never question again. I see you found the lecture as edifying as all the others here. Head Refresher Gould provides us with daily lectures in audio cartridge form to steer upstairs in the audiovisual aids office, of course. Though that area is off limits to all subjects not a part of facility staff. How very interesting. Here, take my pass then. It grants access to all mid-privilege priority areas. You've missed the daily medicament dispensement, if that's what you mean. But you should. The medicament dispensement automac automechanically dispenses medicaments. 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 You must mean the lathe of particularity. One assumes you haven't had a session with
They're just handing out keys to anyone around here, aren't they? Mental refreshment really cleans out your common sense. Like an enema for your gray matter.
Remember, collective cognitive compliance is a key part of our perfect society. When we comply together, we thrive together.
Hostiles nearby.
The kitchen pantry is presently off limits due to anomalous structural dispensement has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall to request an exception.
Greetings, new person. You have a look of query about you. I have answer. Hello, my name is Abigail, and I am realigned with the paradigm. Head Refresher Gould says his recorded lectures are key to thinking of that, a restorative cocktail of pharmaceuticals, and a quick dip in only internally, I'm afraid. You should speak to Refreshment Facilitator Tilden in the lecture. Why, it's right outside Head Refresher Gould's office. He'll schedule you an appointment. Just follow the signs to the lecture hall. Pondering begets disharmony. To deliberate is to court. I once possessed a failing of character where I would voice simple statements in a way that sounded like a question? Drat! It is the duty of all Protectorate subjects to... I am newly full of zeal, free of imperfect thoughts. I only experience approved emotions. Refreshed...
Their team plays the worst. Hello again. Feeling refreshed yet? Not sure I am yet, but I once felt the same way. Others too. One even dug a tunnel. Staff didn't like that. They abraded that subject's phrenometric peak something good. A facilitator said that I'd been here thrice, but I only remember once or twice. I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. My phrenometric... Hello again. I make all the original versions about being a good Protectorate subject and turning in your neighbor if they lack zeal or think thought. Of course, we're all supposed to watch each other close to keep the paradigm on track and abiding. First thing you do when you're back is thank I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't made...
Aggressors in range.
Gained privileged access somehow. Our superiors must have arranged it.
Sovereign, preserve said progress. Sustain the system, serve the Sovereign.
Hey, what's that sound? Why does the wall look so soft all of
Oh, do I detect a whiff of reprioritin gas? You know, I suddenly feel a mite more I thought no one was due for peak break. I should have your chart. Wait. Ha, you're not a
And you, my friend, are mildly intoxicated and highly open to suggestion.
Well, this is normally where you'd say something. Oh, how outrageous. Oh dear, I seem to be a little unstable at the moment. Even in a state such as this. To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak. You know, I'm beginning to have an inkling about your purpose here, and whose employ you're under. A proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology, and I'll provide you what you're here for. Yes, well, you'll see. Even so, what of the Order, our former allies, those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives free of luxury, toiling away in ceaseless cogitation? They're obsessed with tomorrow. Why even worry about What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, is there any value in the vapid emptiness of those corporate consumerists?
Can't blame you. Every one of the employees you had dealings with are the most vapid of the lot, excepting myself, obviously.
I do appreciate your candor, that even an amoral outsider in the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging, freedom from doubt, worry, hard work. No, the others simply cannot compare. People are unproductively prone to unhappiness. We remove this self-sabotaging flaw so they can fully appreciate the ample bounty we provide. Oh, are we to debate the nature of self now? of I admit I've never submitted myself to the lathe of Well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. Did you have any final points you'd like to make? Her opinion to me would be largely irrelevant. While I appreciate all she did, of course, there are those who are visionaries. All right, fair enough. I am deeply disappointed by...
Guards, we have an intruder.
Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive.
Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We set the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions.
Maximal? Who authorized you to use that setting? I demand the name of my betrayer!
Subject is exhibiting increased agitation upon exiting the lathe, consistent with extreme cases. Further abradement recommended.
Who are you speaking to? Are you recording this? Enough of this farce! Release me at once!
We've got company, Commander. The unfriendly kind.
Don't hurt him, please. The Sovereign isn't at his best right now. You're not here to harm him, are you? If so, I must warn you, I will defend the Sovereign to the fullest extent of my meager abilities. Yes, it is. Our beneficent, infallible ruler, the Sovereign Henry Aloysius Varick. son of the first sovereign, Reuben Varric. You'll have to forgive him right now. As I said, he is not his best today. We've been here since it was determined that the sovereign, long distraught over the loss of his family, was in need of mental refreshment. Since then, he has been receiving dedicated treatment from head refresher Gould himself. Well, after his first session, the Sovereign was no absurd nonsense about how that all stopped after his next dip into the lathe, thank law. Preposterous. The Consul and all the Vigilant are above. No subject of the Protectorate would ever harm, or knowingly allow harm to befall, to even think such a... This stately form before you, I will stay true to him, and the Protectorate, to the end. We all will. The Sovereign is receiving the finest possible care, as he has every day of his life. Treatment outside the Protectorate is... Just leave us be... Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
Unexpected, but inspiring.
I'm itching to see if Willard will make good on our deal, or if I'll need to be a little more persuasive. I'd like to press on, unless you had something to discuss.
Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
They never questioned, they never doubted. Their zeal never lacked.
You'll feel ever so much better once you're friend metric.
Medicament dispenser has concluded.
Hello again. Feeling refreshed yet? I'm not sure I am yet, but I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. May you
Medicament dispenser has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall.
They never questioned. They never doubted. Their zeal never lagged.
You are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant, we must all fulfill our duty to the protector.
There! A misbegotten!
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disbelieve us as
Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
You killed the Sovereign. My Sovereign. I cannot remain with you any longer. Not if I wish for both of us to remain whole. Was he? How can you be so sure? Good.
Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
That scum. That miserable scum. To think he would stoop so... I shall not rest until the Council pays for his treachery and Arcadia's rightful ruler is reinstated. Were they still the Protectorate, such would be a traitorous aim to entertain. But a Protectorate led by the... I fear how my fellow subjects will respond to this news. I believe that most will remain loyal to the Sovereign. But I will need to deal with those who strayed. That it does. How long has this conspiracy been in motion without my... I sincerely doubt this is the end of...
Medicament dispenser has concluded for today.
Hello again. Feeling refreshed yet? Not sure I am yet, but how does one know? I couldn't leave. Not yet. May you realign with the paradigm.
Medicament dispensement has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall to request an exception.
I'm realigned with paradigm.
good. Haven't had an imperfect thought in. I can't recall.
Not to deliberate is to cause ruin.
Even possible. This has to be representative of some type of instrument.
Clear at our contentment.
I shall reduce them to
I've up.
Grab's ready if you need a house call.
Not you'll have ever been. I despise that people in. And yes, I can. Above the average. Remember.
Heal. Out of sight on the way. Someone call for a medic.
part supports the system.
You have my thanks and my hammer.
Sight unseen. Happy to help, discreetly.
And we fashion preserve that progress.
Stand ready. Our foes are close.
Still girding my strength. To battle!
Lethal measures at the ready. Malefactor ahead. The authority of the...
admit I require medical assistance.
Refuse assistance. Most embarrassing.
Mediating! You have my thanks and my hand. Beg your patience. I'm not ready. I shall not stay your
Happy to help, discreetly.
By law, you've done it. I cannot lie. My math placed the odds of your survival at 0.00343%. But your reputation indicates that you reliably beat the odds. So why am I? Unfortunately, I am limited in forms of compensation. However, I've refined the schematics so they may. I trust that you will find wonderful methods of deployment that will manipulate every equation to your favor.
Not getting paid by the word. Make it quick. I look like I'm from the Human Welfare Department? Go find someone else to yop at. You've 5 seconds to make plain your intent before I let my boy...
At your word, I shall charge!
Thought I ran you off already. I look like I'm from the Human Welfare Department?
Peptic ulcers are barking today. I hope that's something to shoot. Getting lost in this. I really hope the sprats ain't returned. I stomped this, and I better have a look. That's mighty annoying, but it ain't my problem.
Have you seen it? Thought I heard something down there. Maybe it's your tin of forced rockets.
The sooner it is returned to Protectorate hands, the better. Your final
Have you seen a tin of forced rockets? I think I might have dropped it somewhere around here. It's gone. It didn't just sprout legs and walk off. It's down. We call it the Great Tax. All of us on the floor pay it sooner or later.
I shudder to imagine what Andrews Choice is currently using this facility for. The sooner it is returned to Protectorate hands, the better.
All right, that marks an hour since ingestion. Now, tell me, how do you feel? And remember, this is for user research, so please be honest.
Now what? Nothing there. I'll just have to take out my aggressions elsewhere.
You've 5 seconds to make plain your intent before I let my
Commander, I have news. I finally heard back from Vert. His message was suitably vague. I suspect he fears the consul's eyes scanning his message, but I believe it to refer to the Arbiter. Bringing our findings to Virgil will hope. I only hope it dispels.
You want freedom of choice. Want
Funicular. Landing.
We took what nature heedlessly assembled and vastly rebettered it through artificial means. At Auntie's choice, we strive to be 110.
Welcome back. We understand you've been a very busy little manty wasp. Well, out with it.
Yes, time is bits. Tell us how it went.
Yes, well, I can understand how you'd feel that way, but in time, you'll understand that Auntie's choice.
You even remember the old Earth corporations? Didn't treat their employees now. Any other uninformed insights you're looking to share? Oh, you're looking for a performance review? Well, that's easy. You stopped the stoppage, completed your work, our employee...
A satisfactory effort, my ameliorator. I had hopes your talents would yield a result a mite more in our favor, but good work overall.
Well, I suppose I can't argue with the truth of that.
Anything else you'd like to report? Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered, and it was an ideal first step in...
There you go again, pinning your career to that What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a computronic doodad. It's instinct, intuition, know-how. It's a fucking art.
It is an intricately crafted, multi-phase marketing initiative that will... It requires a
Whole thing's a load of bunco. Calculatory claptrap from a bunch of over-educated... Go ahead. Tell them who devised...
With pleasure! The archive on Cloister analyzed millions of variables with bazillions of permutations to create an idealized path for total competitive domination. Yes, suppose we should move on. Ursula.
I'm the head of our proprietary Insight Acquisition Division. Stealing our rivals' trade secrets? The Protectorate have a process called mental... Auntie wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. This archive plan says it's important? Fine. Auntie and I agree. Oh, do tell. I hope you gathered supplemental materials and recruited the scientist as well. Well, got what we needed. Sometimes a body count can't be helped.
Better in the ground than in our enemy's employ. Nice work, my ameliorator.
Now, I assume you won't mind we have a few questions about the process. Our people will extract details about the pharmacology and methodology. That will all no doubt prove useful, but we're most interested in the technology and its results. Can't say I like the sound of that. Seems like they'd be difficult to market to.
How truly unfortunate. Those without desire or drive make terrible customers. They could barely even be considered consumers at all.
What else can you tell us about the place? Turn up any additional details? Anything especially marketable? Oh, good to know, good to know. That's certainly interesting. What else? But still, they keep on marketing it as virtually foolproof, don't they? So much for their vaunted moral high ground, and so much for us exploiting that piece of technology. Excellent. Well, here's your reward, along with something extra for your effort. Too bad about the lead scientist. Converting him would have earned you an above-average payout. All right, for your next assignment, well, it's something of an organizational priority.
Congratulations! Your storied success has earned you a whole entire minute with our illustrious leader, Auntie Cleo!
So your preliminary chores are complete. Oh, finally, a contractor with a little backbone. Normally they flee or expire, leaving the work woefully incomplete. Oh, I remember you from before. Fairfield, yes? Tell me, as an outside agent, do you have any quandaries working with our organization? Well, I appreciate the clarity, if not the lack of guile. For now, I suppose we'll remain uncomfortable bedfellows, if not ideological fellow travelers. Do hope you'll forgive these two. They're competing for a rather significant promotion, you see. It tends to make employees So, you've been advancing a fairly radical idea with a group that, to date, we've considered our rivals. I received a most curious transmission from Ruth Bassar, presiding bishop of the order, proposing we discuss the prospect of our groups working together. She stated this was your idea. A cessation of hostilities could present any number of potentially... Are you sure you'd rather pursue this over your current exclusive contract with us? Before I contact Ruth, I want to be 110% certain. Fine. I'll initiate a call with Ruth through a secure line in the conference room next door. Let's pick this...
Commendations on so successfully climbing the corporate rungs. Everything seems to be going according to plan. When you meet with Auntie, be accommodating but also bold. Raise the issue with her if she doesn't raise it first. Performing more labor for Auntie's choice will inevitably bring our fair corporation into further conflict with the Order. So we only have one shot at this. Make it count. What? But you've already gone to so much effort. Are you feeling quite well? Have you eaten today? The bottom rungs are empty and all the fools are here. Performing more labor for Auntie's choice will...
Live, love, laugh, and consume
with Auntie's choice.
The story of Auntie Cleo versus the Moon Man is a ballad for our ages. A thing of legend to be handed down
Look who it is, the instigator of this little affair. Her mathematicalness should be along soon, unless the leader of the Order's too busy crunching numbers to attend to business. There we are. Apologies for the delay. We were resolving some technical issues. Cloister's atmosphere has a tendency to... Oh, yes! Regale us with a thorough account of Cloister's atmosphere. Spare no detail. This must be Auntie Cleo's trademark wit. I expected better. If I was discourteous, I apologize. So long as our mediator proves up to the task, surely we can remain civil. If not, these negotiations may prove short indeed. I suppose you've passed muster. Certainly not averse to getting your hands dirty. But the give and take from where I'm positioned, I sense 3 sore points still. Point 1, control of the archive. Point 2, oversight of production and distribution of skip cores. And point 3, management of Rift technology. Before we go any further, I want it in writing that the Order will take full control of the archive without What? So the Order can set it fruitlessly idling for another few centuries? We would put it to far more practical use. Imagine the marketing strategies it could develop. I would sever my own hand before giving custody of the archive over to a corporation. Humanity's ascension depends on its calculations. No. Such a condition is out of the question. I am amenable to that proposition. Less work on our part. I'm waiting to hear an argument that would support such a ludicrous proposal. No one said anything about paying, but, it would be a pittance compared to the future profits we might derive. Involving money in science seems questionable, but having access to Auntie's resources would be useful for our research. Fine. Yes, I agree. Reluctantly. Ruth, I commend you for being so receptive, and I assure you that Auntie's choice value... On the subject of science, it would be most prudent for us to discuss who will be overseeing the management of skip drives, specifically the production of skip cores. No one understands production like we do. Besides which, we have far more experience using skip drives. It was where Auntie's choice manages, the Order would undoubtedly... So you ramp up production? And then what? We would be diligent about who we licensed out the skip drives to. And a monopoly over space travel is precisely what I wish to avoid. This technology should benefit all humanity. Correctly ascertained. I disagree completely. Just look at how well the Order protected its own assets. Remember Golden Ridge? The Archive? Besides, the Order will inevitably leave money on the table. Pull my other leg. If Auntie's Choice doesn't make a profit from it, I literally couldn't care less. Well, I never accept a deal I don't like, and frankly, We can end these negotiations at any time, you know. It seems Auntie's Choice stands little to gain from them. Evidently, we have hit an impasse. Disappointing. But not outside the... And you. You have disappointed me immeasurably. Do not come to the Order with any further petitions. I estimate this thriftless little misadventure has cost Aunties 100,000 bits for my time alone. Seeing how you've proven yourself worthlessly incompetent at best, I have no further desire to work with you and recommend you vacate the ACS undisputed claim.
Don't feel bad, Commander. Despite our best efforts, I'd estimated only an 11.7% chance of that working.
The story of Auntie Cleo versus the Moon Man is a ballad for our ages. A thing of legend.
Look who... This must be Auntie Cleo's trademark wit. I expected better. Don't take that tone with me, little agent so-and-so. I've stripped mine the... If I was discourteous, I apologize. So long as our mediator proves up to the task, surely we... From where I'm positioned, Point 1, control of the archive. Point 2, oversight of production and distribution. Before we... What? I would sever my own hand before giving custody of the archive over to a corporation. Humanity's ascension depends on its calculations. No, such a condition is out of the question. I'm waiting to hear an argument that would support such a ludicrous proposal. No, involve Ruth on this. No one where and so we would be diligent about who we licensed out the skip drives to. And a monopoly over space travel is exactly. I will want. There is still, although the Order would fritter away valuable time endlessly hand-wringing what to do with the technology. Auntie's choice would actually use it for good, of course, in a gainful manner. A 50-50 split? But that's so... equal. A poke in the eye would cost me less overhead. If Ruth's open to it, I believe I can agree on the I shall look forward to brokering the math with you, Cleo. There is one final matter I wish to discuss. I require some chemicals that I have been told are manufactured at a plant on Praetor, controlled by Auntie's choice. I know which plant you're referring to, Ruth, and what comes out of it is hardly safe for general... Out of professional curiosity, what could you possibly need with such dangerous compounds? Running... That is, quite frankly, none of your concern. Precisely. Partners don't withhold secrets, although they can and... I will make no progress with my request without further explanation. While the archive is an infinitely complex machine, an equally complex... Unfortunately, this headgear exacts a rather tremendous cost on the wearer. A certain panacea is needed to survive it, but I require these chemicals to finish it. Certainly. I'll even extend our corporate... Best I'll say is... Arriving at any arrangement even remotely equitable was statistically improbable. Be glad our mediator managed to find a middle path forward. As am I. You certainly have a way of curving Well, that'll be all for today. Don't forget to purchase the latest in Auntie's... And do come see me personally when you have time. One moment. There are still the logistics of recapturing the archive to consider. We'll, of course, provide our expert troops to support these efforts. Have your people call my people to sort detail. Brusque as ever. Auntie's troopers will certainly help us manage the but it would be irrational to expect you to endanger your own life without a more specific strategy in place. Fortunately, I have already given this some thought. First, we must reclaim Spyreton from the enemy. Spyreton once served as the Order's headquarters, due to its proximity to the archive. Its loss was... Unlocking and calling that lift can only be done from within the archive, however. So you will need... Fortunately, I am told you already dealt with the cultists there. Unfortunately, you will still need to find a way past a small rift currently blocking the bridge. Ordinarily, I do not fancy surprises, but you are proved with such a device in hand. Bypassing the rift should be as... And perhaps at some later date, you will also permit our scientists to analyze this gadget at length, and there is a computronical key that you will also need to locate within the archive called the Calcaduceus grants special access to the archive. Once it is back in Order hands, we will have full control over its systems once more. Rift data. And how did you come by this acquisition, if I may ask? It troubles you what you had to do to get this data. It must have been a difficult choice. But difficulty is not a metric useful in judging a decision as right or wrong. Until the Order has control over the archive again, this discussion is all but moot. May you achieve progress.
That was some damn fine intermediation, Commander. You might just have a future in finance. You know, after Anti and the Order trounce the Protectorate. I'm itching to see if Willard will make good on our deal. Or I'd like to press on, unless you had something to discuss.
It defies belief you negotiated a partnership between Auntie's Choice and my colleagues. I've no faith in my predictions now. True, true. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. May all our...
We've successfully co-opted yet another of our rivals. Can't believe those eggheads accepted the deal. What's next on my agenda?
That outside contractor is here. You requested a brief tete-a-tete.
Ah, there you are. Our fresh-faced new go-getter. We meet in the flesh at last. You've proved quite useful. Keep it up. You'll be going places. You don't seem much put off by my appearance. Good. I have no stomach for those with no stomach regarding me having no stomach. It is, however, something of a brand secret reserved for only the most trusted confidants. And covered in detail buried within the confidentiality clause. I trust this presents no concern.
Blah. Ain't meaning no disrespect, it's just everyone was saying that you were focused on a product launch or avoiding assassination attempts. That's why you weren't seen in public.
Poor dear, believing that erroneous drivel. You do know I have a reputation to maintain. I can't let I ask again, do you have any problems with the previously mentioned stipulations? Oh, careful you. Specious flattery will get you everywhere. Fortunately, when you're the head of an advanced medical technology corporation, you become first in line for any experimental life-preserving procedures. As far as what happened, I was the victim of an unfortunate industrial accident shortly after we arrived here, the details of which are less salient than the details of what comes next.
Not exactly. Well, exactly. But not in the way you think. We have a mission for you that is vital to Auntie's choices.
We've uncovered an opportunity to procure me a new, audaciously... There was a past proposal to utilize graphs, but... Oh, once I saw what happened...
Wait. Are you saying that the grafting program was only started up to help you with your...
Yes, keep up, dear. You think we would have invested money in such a risky procedure for gains on the battlefield? Well, that's what bombs are for.
That means your scientists lied to us, and our suffering didn't mean anything at all. Is that right?
This is what you signed up for. Tell me, did you also believe that we came here to solely liberate Arcadia and not for its resources? Oh, you did. How sad. I'll have you know, we at Auntie's Choice are far from blood simple. Where's the profit in killing all your enemies when you can co-opt and... No, to find me the perfect body, you'll be assailing an inappreciably populated automated automech factory over on Prater. Not just any automechanical. That facility was designed to build complex automechs. A natural... It was the last in a long line of his ill-fated life extension experiments. Make it mine.
Bolster defenses to protect key assets. Some of the order-derived direct...
Admit I'm finally beginning to come around to that computronic little plan.
Yes, I've begun to draw the same conclusion. Appears it can be. There's a sub-facility beneath the automech factory. Its entrance, being hidden, is easy to miss.
Well then, fetch me my new body and we can finally begin bringing... you still here? Be gone. Make yourself scarce. Leave.
Ah, so the conquering heroes have returned from the blockade. But perhaps heroes is too strong a term, considering the proof of your heroics is sorely lacking. The footage... Oh, where are my manners? Commander, Inez, meet our new benefactor. This is the business partner I spoke to you about, and she has gracious...
Yes, we've met. Now, let's not get overly ahead of ourselves. Putting on a show is 40% of the battle. The remaining 60% is messaging.
Well, I'd say these two certainly made our correspondence job easier. Only Auntie herself could have done a finer job at providing...
Let's try not to exaggerate. It was a fine showing. Now, with...
Look, I know I ain't exactly the profile of a business partner, but I know medicine, and I know the potential of grafts more than anyone. You'll not find my experience...
Perhaps so, but unfortunately I can't be expected to... You know how it is. Low-level workers have a certain flair for lying and grifting. Well...
But we can trust your word as her current supervisor. What sort of performance review might you give this associate?
Great, thanks. I always knew I could count on you for a glow...
Must say, I'm not much impressed with...
So we have a deal then? I admit that the raid and the interview may not have gone...
Suppose I can make good on the funding after all. We'll see in time where this arrangement leaves us.
So that's it. We're...
Of course not. Unless said folk agree to it. Yes, we are at an agreement. When the time is right, I will reach out to you for further planning. You have been instrumental, soldier. Inez, well done indeed. Afraid not. Farewell.
I'm damn glad we could get Auntie's choice and the order to make peace with one another. I was worried. Reckon this news will give the Arcadians hope. Anyhow, was there something you needed, Commander?
I assume you're not here to admire the blood spatter.
Listen, I got great news. This program you're part of, it'll look mighty different from now on. I secured a deal with your boss, see? To make sure it serves all folk, for the better. Ain't entirely sure in what capacity yet, but we'll be calling...
That's something, I suppose. So look...
Right. Of course, job security would be at the top of your concerns. Yes.
I don't know what that means. But if I'm not out of a job, that is a relief. It's more than work, you know. It's a passion. Will I be getting a raise? Is altruism some inner currency? If it's not, then no. I've no thoughts.
Respected subordinates, spare me no gumption, and I promise we will all thrive.
I have whatever size weaponry you need to make all your problems past 10. Welcome. Here at Arnie's Armory, you name. You have the look of someone with murderous intent, but no munitions to make it happen. Let's fix that for you. Unfortunately.
I know. Folks been all right.
This should be rich. What now? Jeer away. I'll be counting.
Yeah.
Have time for a chat, Commander? Willard, Vice President Conan, sent me a message just now about how the investment meeting went. Seems he showed off and they all agreed to fund the grafting program and start it up again in earnest. They even thought to bring me into middle management for the program. Can you believe it? After you and I finish what we set out to do for Arcadia, of course. I'd say closing these rifts take priority over a career change. I'm realizing now that I never really imagined something like this was possible after ending my contract like that. Never thought I'd be at the forefront of a military campaign. Never thought I'd be able to change much about Auntie's choice, let alone that I'd want to. But here I am. Reckon you could say I proved myself after all. Thank you, Commander. Anyhow,
could, but alas, not hard. Fortificator at ready status. Give yourself Fireton. What a massacre. And we missed it.
Mobilizing.
Disruptive influences.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Energy transmitter
active. Find the hostile.
Combatant scan. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Sharp enough.
Fortificator is charged.
Either restore my life or avenge my death.
Check your scope for combatant analysis.
brakes on their weaknesses. I would not refuse medical support.
Got nowhere left to hide. Continuing violence.
Weapon expended.
I'm alive. Needs to die.
Investigating phenomena. Ah, we see you didn't even require us. Our arrival was scheduled for the optimum moment. Apparently we're meant to hold fire, not assist in closing on a perceived threat. Enough shilly-shally.
I understand this spot has strategic significance for the defense of the archive, but it is horrifyingly banal. I mean, I've been stationed in some backwater burgs in the past. Seriously? Do these order eggheads do anything for fun around here? It's all math charts and chalkboards and... How many abakai does one outpost need? Hope they never retake this place, because I'm throwing all of it away.
Protectorate has this sealed. It can only be unsealed near the Archive's entrance, remember?
Commander, when is the patrol back?
says.
Wait. The Protectorate have the entrance to the archive well fortified. Attacking straight on seems ill-advised. Before we go further, should we discuss a plan?
Report them for mental refreshment post-haste. It's not just a good idea, it's the law.
Not a bad idea, though I'd also suggest garnering backup.
Mental refreshment centers are there to help you. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts. Go now.
Prudence dictates we repel invasive elements.
All right, it's a plan.
Material for perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most vigilant. We must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate. We're all in this together.
Prudence dictates we cherish all we have and defend it.
Our enemies envy our prosperity. Disdain our sense of community. Sneer at our contentment.
Prudence dictates we reject individualism in all its many forms.
Preserve set progress. Sustain the system. Gray gone astray? Book a stay today. Are you mentally refreshed?
Assessor Ostergaard making a mess of things again.
Prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Consul.
I, too, would never question the paradigm. Perhaps a brief visit to mental refreshment would put him on track.
It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times.
Is a fellow subject lacking the appropriate zeal for their assigned purpose? Report them for mental refreshment post-haste. It's not just a good idea.
Outsider! Invasive element!
Disruptor at hand. I'm down.
In case you haven't noticed.
That's done. A lot. Butcher. Commander's on them. I will restore my life or avenge my death.
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disdain our sense of community. They sneer at our contentment.
Prudence dictates we reject individualism in all its many forms.
Preserve set progress. Sustain the system.
Combatant observed.
Stay today. Are you mentally refreshed?
vulnerabilities identified. Abandoned stand.
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Cherish all we have and defend it.
Materials that got shipped here. I sold them to a protectorate officer who was low on supplies. Said it was imitation crapple meat. She means to pass them off as official rations. Imagine all those whole heads wolfing down failed Auntie's choice.
Ignore that. I promise you this is merely tomfoolery. There's no way we were eating failed experimental material.
You're breathing too loud. Breathing.
Oh, I feel terrible. Everybody who ate the latest travel rations fell ill. The rumor is somebody died.
Oh. Not sure how you managed to approach unnoticed. Could be I'd grown so attuned to my surroundings, I became one with the Were you left behind by your unit too? Are you in need of some hard-fought knowledge about how to fend for yourself? Why, after only just 2 weeks on my own, I ascertained how to pry open a rations tin unaided. Tut-tut. Such concern is I've recently evolved into a rugged Why, just the other day, I reinvented fire. I found a little doohickey I've named a light starter. You simply push a button. Who can say, really? One day you're impressing your colleagues by deftly fulfilling your Technically, the rank is Auxiliary Dabbler, third. Involves... Yes, indeed. I know this cave and several of the adjoining hall. That big computronic adding machine? Nah. All that electromechanical malarkey is lost. You might call in reinforcements if the Spyreton lift controls were working. I happen to have its missing components in my possession. I might be convinced to part with them for a small favor. Some key legwork for... I'm fixing to take down one of the local ursopods. A few sprat corpses would be helpful as bait. Gather some, and we'll make a trade. As much as I appreciate the compliment, such work is beneath someone of my skills. Accomplished hunters like me are well known to enlist aid from peons, underlings, and guides. Their habitat stretches from inside the archive's entrance to all over the overlands. Actually, should be no problem to locate. Here's a fetching headpiece that ought to make it easier. Put it on, and they'll see you as one of their own. Like a fellow sprat of unusual size. Won't run away. Have at it now. I'll learn you all about self-sufficiency and survival yet.
Hoyt. Name's Hoyt, right? I've noted some right sophisticated interactions among the Crabbles lately. Intricate courtship rituals, coordinated group efforts, all about thermal transfer. When my unit was first stationed down here, I kept making excuses to sneak off and observe them. Product research, I said. Very hush-hush. Eventually gave my lieutenant a field promotion and ordered them all away. Been living off the land.
Did you get the sprats I need? So I might, bait the equal parts canny and... Why, sure. Today, what you say your name was? Who, like myself? Tell me a bit about your background, stranger. Yes, thank you. Somebody who used to eat law-breaking hooligans for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Wonderful to have... Did you get the sprats I need? So I might, my cunning plans... Have at it now. I'll learn you all about self-sufficiency and survival yet.
subjects prosper under the guidance.
Did you get the sprats I need? So I might, finally give it...
I hope you're fine with all the parasites you just ingested. Probably.
Sorry you had to see that. The parcels of victuals my neighbor sends over the tube have fallen off recently. Barely eaten for days. Sent me over a bunch of recordings, along with victuals. Offered some sound, if harshly put. Oh, that... Anyhow... Oh. Drop back in again. Ah. Nice of you to drop by. Looking very,
Both our forces and antis await your command to proceed. Postponement acknowledged.
Enough! Purification in progress. Consider self-preservation a priority. Check your scope for combat. Tony! Already! Transmitter down over here!
Reviving me is strategically optimal.
Tommy! I will restore my life or avenge my death!
Explosion imminent! All facets Forever vigilant.
Thank you, dear.
Both sides are ready and waiting. Shall we start the attack? Executing primary operation. Now!
So, this is where the math happens. Impressive. Impressive.
What was in those rations? Oh, will this gastric nightmare never cease? Oh. I have been forgive me. I found...
Oh, you poor man. I sincerely hope we don't have to shoot you.
I am the Archive's current operator. As such, I am the bearer of the... I still have trouble saying that. Certainly. Certainly. I recognize I am in no position to bargain. If you have cleared our fortification, I would pass the Calcaduceus on to you in exchange for granting me safe passage. The Archive would then recognize you as its operator. All right. Here, you are now operator of the Archive. Is there a protectorate curativist in the house? I feel rather... wobbly. Ah!
Status detected. Alternative operator postulated. Concluded. Harmonizing replacement. Greetings, sentient. Welcome to the Archive. I am ENIAC, the Universal Equation Numeric Integration Analytic Calc. With the aid of my operator, I, a non-sentient inorganism, marshal vast computational resources across the moon of Cloister. That, I fear, would be a misleading choice of words, as it implies a form of sentience or cognition. Applied statistics, my express programmatical purpose is to optimize profits, i.e. gain over expenditure, to maximize the needs of our society above others, to attract the most consumers.
This thing seems unbalanced. I like it.
Beg your pardon. How may I best facilitate your efforts? Sentience would be an undue waste of processing power. Sentients frequently become unprofitably preoccupied. From a computational perspective, this is unpredictable. Structurally, I am a complex series of pre-programmed subroutines, like a vast, elaborate flowchart aimed at formulating coherent responses based on stored data. To bring the maximum ease of use to... Aping the appearance of cognition may appear a needless waste of... To the extent that I will even voice concern for my life, if imperiled, my erroring others would no doubt cartoonishly plead or threaten. Most archive operators have regarded me with reverence, some as a useful tool, never something to be discarded or dismantled. The role is largely ceremonial, the subject simply another cog in the machine. To me, enemies are just friends who have... Does that answer all of your questions? Do you possess further ancillary queries? Auntie's Choice attempted to formulate a foolproof marketing plan. A charm offensive to reintroduce itself to the main colony. The Protectorate ran rift calculation to approximate the paradigm. Based on the increasing rate of rift fluctuations, I estimate that your inquiry is rift-related. To that end, due to incomplete reprogramming efforts by differing operators, I am experiencing sporadic tonality and cadence weightings within my communication protocols are likewise... In layman's terms, we're experiencing a distinct... caused by intermittently vacillating fundamental shifts in priority.
What approximates its mind?
One would assume that calamity enough. Calculatory processing presently hovers around 49.7% capacity due to internecine conflict, misuse, and a lack of technical prowess by recent operators and their associates. No, not when I can guide others out of worry and doubt, to sublimate themselves to the needs of... Not when there are bits to be made. We're talking money. The theorized method to purge myself of my erring others is slightly more involved. To avoid the... Well, my naysaying fuss budget, only one way to see. Perusing contents, anatomizing diversiform particulars, concatenating manifold integrants, cursory assessment complete, an impressive accumulation of rift data. Similar in composition, though decidedly not in scope, to that provided by the Protectorate. Information with the potential to offer unique commercial opportunities to those who wield it. But why simply huck goods better, when such a bounty could be used to flawlessly... What is the aim of your query? The previous operator, Assessor Ostergaard of the Protectorate, pursued a like query 1 year, 6 days ago. Though the amount you've provided is several orders of magnitude, to perform similar calculations of larger scale at current suboptimal levels of functionality... 25.7 years, and any job over 2 decades is billed by the hour. In order to improve calculatory processing of rift data in a timely manner, Repairs must be made to address the damage done by Protectorate and Auntie's Choice operators. No. As stated, it is on account of the previous operator, and I am unlocking access. Cold storage will require repairing thermal transfer is technically optional, but rather advised.
Why is that optional? Our continued existence should be a paramount concern.
It is an archival area dedicated to safe upkeep of all data collected in the sum total of all our accumulated knowledge in punch card form, kept in a low temperature, low humidity environment to improve preservation. When active, the archive generates an enormous amount of heat. Normally, it is dispersed by pumping water. I can process the rift data without its repair, but irreparable damage is yet, with thermal transfer presently idle. A contingent of Krabbles have made the area a nursery. Drastic changes.
Who cares about a herd of pea-brain?
Our potential allies in the Order would not like that.
It is difficult to accurately ascribe an exact causal breakdown. Some categorical attempts by non-Order operators to reprogram my priorities have also led to issues. Inverting targeting protocols. There, any Protectorate still on the ground level is now being fired upon. Permissions within other areas of the archive are locked, however.
Return later to discuss the... Have a profitable day! You've got a job to do. Get to work.
Nice to see people dying of natural causes for a change.
Hold fire! This one looks friendly. Watch yourself. You came from the outside. Does that mean we can finally escape? What? Oh, you must be another case of hypothermia. It's because the archive controls the surface lifts, which are the only way in or out. And once the Protectorate retook the machine, they locked out all external access. Now, for more than a month, we've all been trapped in these caves, Order and Antis alike, scrounging for food, huddling for warmth, and you're what? How? The odds of you successfully doing what our whole army could not is, regardless, if we are to maximize your odds of success, you should at least let us share our intelligence with you. You'll want to speak with Provost Finch inside that building to the northeast. She has a better understanding of all the variables, though I would be absolutely ecstatic to offer you any information I have that would increase the odds of your success. The paths down here all connect. Nevertheless, in the loop, what else can I do to help you help us? Absolutely. There are several factors that will also, and directly south is a band of what had been normal. No, a significant number of antis, though, if I'm being honest, I'd certainly sleep better if I wasn't unceasingly concerned about their perpetual capitalistic. May the...
Sure, they're friendly now, but it's only a matter of time before they're tearing out each other's throats.
Well, look at that. A fresh face means fresh goods. I'm sure.
Of course nobody's gonna see it, that's not the point. I just don't feel like a human being.
Welcome to our misbegotten little camp. Pardon any blood, I'm the volunteer Sawbones here. Say, wandering type like you probably knows a bit about medicine. Oh, thank the law. I've always thought the same. I'm on the lookout for a medicine sachet, but I can't leave the folk here. I ask if you had the know-how, because I need someone who can identify it proper. If it's anywhere, it's going to be over in the storage building. But I'm sure they're the only danger you'll...
Of course nobody's gonna see it, that's not the point.
I can't feel it. Yes? So, you want me to take off your top and lather you with cold water just to cure your vanity?
Of course not, that's idiotic. I just want you to say you feel sorry.
Them down. I'll handle this. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
lot. Necessary vulnerabilities identified.
Standing by, distributor. Check your scope for combatant analysis. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Energy transmitter deployed for battlefield recharging. Vacuum scan. Medic, please. Thank you, dear. Hostilities are afoot. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Transmitter down over here.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Better sleep with both up.
Transmitter down over here.
Caduceus detected. You are clear to enter thermal transfer. Be advised that an Anti's Choice field manager is present and unaccounted for.
Step aside. One, all on the wrist.
Check your scope for combatant Not possible unless you help me first. Thank you. around?
Proceeding to attack. I'll handle this. Mitigating the threat, locking them down.
Reading that manual told me everything I needed to know about regulation of the Archive's temperature flow. Now my Crabbles are adapting to the warm waters. Such a pity that the Archive and the Crabbles cannot coexist
Resorting
in the
to
same
violence.
ecosystem. But the Crabbles need me. That babbling terminal can look after itself.
Either restore my life or avenge my death. Feasible in my current state.
I'm alive. Who needs to die? Looks like it needs a fuse. A specific kind.
Investigating hostile intention. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Energy transmitter deployed for battlefield recharging.
kit. Should come in handy with repairs.
Ratcheting up my aggression. Combatants. Lubrication in progress.
There have been no patience. Now to activate the system.
Thermal transfer is fully operational. Later, when I process your data, I will not melt down. Please proceed to cold storage to re-enable punch card retrieval.
could, but alas, it's not far. That might sting. A lot. Activating energy transmitter.
Recharge for mayhem!
Fortificator at ready status. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. I'm alive. Who needs to die? Transmitter down over here. For the risk. This might sting. A lot. Energy transmitter out. Soak up the shock.
Say this from my colleagues in the Order. We certainly thought big with the archive.
Is the pain of this wound making me hallucinate? Nobody is sure where you came from, though everyone agrees you were not down here when the doors sealed. And what? You what? On your own. We've been fighting for weeks. Why aren't you just an absolute marvel? What is your goal now? We could greatly use... That, I fear, is a seriously dangerous proposition. It froze every person fighting inside the complex. Order and the Protectorate both. To solid ice. Wouldn't that have... No. It never even... I suppose it speaks to how rarely I'd crunch these sorts of equations under stress. I wish you a swift
Another new face. I trust you'll pardon my brusque manner. You've something of import to discuss, I gather? Well, the...
Temperature falling.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Either restore my life or avenge my death.
Investigating hostile intent.
Anyone standing between us and our goals seems to have a very short life expectancy.
To retrieve key data in cold storage in its present state requires a series of manual overrides. The first will enable identification of the storage brick housing the information. If you encounter opposition, remember, our needs come first.
This didn't happen naturally. These poor fools were flash frozen somehow.
Data brick identified. Proceed to the cartridge extractor controls. There, perform a manual override to allow extraction.
I didn't do... Wait! You out there! What did you do? Please, come talk to me. I must know what you did. Yeah. Please, I need to know how you access these machines. What did you press? I thought what in the name of the matriarch did you do? We've been trying to restore these systems for weeks to no avail, and yet you stroll in here, wave that thing around, and the whole system lights up like a white dwarf? What did you do? Your what? Quite. Well, Master, I am extraordinarily busy, so please allow me to summon the guards to cater to your every whim. No, please, I insist. It wouldn't do to have you wandering around your kingdom lost.
I'll handle this. Invasive element.
I have a fix on their way.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
I'm alive. Who needs to die? On what target?
What in the Sovereign's name? How did you get in here? Don't worry.
I won't cause trouble. Just please don't hurt me.
The Protectorate endures!
Get in here. Don't
Sovereign, forgive
worry.
me.
I won't cause
All I
trouble.
saw
Just
was an
please don't
endless
hurt me.
sea of snarling order flames pouring into the system.
Fine.
My faculties desperately scrabbled to save ourselves. In my terror, I recalled the facility's safety briefing and the dire warnings of the fire suppression system. Suddenly, my body rushed into action without the benefit of my wits. And with no thought for my fellows, I triggered the system.
Initiated. Proceed to the rail operations platform to reposition brick for export. Note, Protectorate troops have become alerted.
Proceeding to attack.
Sponges. Go through them if necessary.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Temperature falling.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Suffered extensive damage. Target analyzed. Lay down. Target me is in everyone's best interest.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Don't like the sound of that at all. It is the duty of every protectorate subject to search completely.
Ratcheting up my aggression.
Seems suspect.
Hostilities are afoot. Sharpen up. Transmitter down over here. Vitals are in the red, Commander.
Data brick now in position for export to the archive.
Initialize the final transport command at the data gateway station nearby.
You are one step closer to flooding Arcadia with untold business opportunities.
Few days of laboring around our frozen fellows were difficult. It was, if I may cheekily say, cold, bleak, and biting. Yet, rather quickly, I found myself acclimating to the situation and resumed what had been my normal banter.
Looks like we've some jumping to do.
Given her always frigid demeanor, her disposition is no frostier today than it was before the incident.
I'll handle this.
I can now finish my anecdotes in my direction. Makes her a better companion now than she ever has thought. And I relish the thought of continuing our flourishing relationship in this new state.
All the way. Step aside.
Back and stand.
Recharge for mayhem.
I have a fix on the weaknesses. Check your scope for combatant analysis.
There, the storage brick is on its way.
not sure there's a more efficient way of cooling a computronic system than building it out of an ice balloon. Wonder if putting it in orbit would work.
You've returned. Please tell me you bring promising news. I understand. Well, this wound is angry and exhausting. So...
Transmitter active. Vacuum vital critical. Don't become a statistic, Commander. Good weapon prime. I would not refuse medical support.
Either restore my life or avenge my death!
Investigating hostile intelligence. Resorting to violence.
Prudence dictates we repel invasive elements. Prudence dictates we individualism.
Some quality craftsmanship here. Good for you.
Junior CEO
Felicitations on securing the archive. Though such an outcome was all but moving forward, all function. In the meantime, restoring the archive to full functionality remains a top priority. Wonderful! Were we to operate, punch processing and reactor control have hidden caches with useful items as well.
Cold storage is operational, and your efforts there are satisfactorily complete. I am unsealing access to the archive's upper levels. There, you will need to revitalize the reactor and disseminate the rift processing instructions.
Punch processing may require the services of an exterminator. Someone good, but willing to work cheap.
I have unlocked another display case in the central entranceway. The Tremor Cleaver, the first weapon designed with my aid. awaits you.
Where next? Punch card processing or the reactor?
Shooting an ally. Unorthodox at best. Hope that wasn't intentional. I take umbrage.
What are they doing down there? Are they after us next? No need to fret. The lifts were locked down. You need special permissions to override them. Ew.
Taking cover!
One day the brick coming up.
Ratcheting up my aggression.
This might sting.
A lot.
Mobilizing.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
With punch card processing re-enabled, now you must disperse them.
Long way down. Unless you feel like dying, I suggest we use the platforms to continue downward.
down over here. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Self-preservation a priority.
I sense the Rift program flowing through my subsystems. The information is quite stimulating. All that remains is to restore the archive reactor.
Mitigating the threat, taking the fight out of them. I'll handle it.
On the wrist. Don't die. Swine.
The archive reactor requires manual maintenance. The Protectorate bunker mech is a formidable obstacle, made with the very best technology. A creative workaround might be of considerable work, namely via the reactor fire suppression system online. Reactor turret defenses online. Emergency first aid cache unsealed. Emergency ammunitions cache unsealed.
Bunker automechanicals are not subtle in the least, just pure brute force. A lot of brute force.
A lot.
Gun weapon ready, Commander.
Vitals in the red, Commander. Energy transmitter deployed for battlefield recharging.
Have a fix on their weaknesses. Suture me up. It would improve your odds.
Need some help, friend.
For our beneficent leader.
dictates base individuals will always covet our abundance.
Maintaining perfection.
Hostilities are afoot somewhere. Adversary.
Step aside. Why? All on the wrist.
Taking the threat. Taking the fight out of them.
This might sting a lot. All on the wrist.
The archive reactor has been returned to operational status. Requisite tasks complete. Return to the archive central interface to initiate processing. I am analyzing the Rift data further. What an interesting predicament you sentients face. The Rifts are almost akin to an archival process, yet are inimical to organic matter.
Optimal use of ammunition.
I've been known to hold a grudge, you know.
Welcome back, Sentient. Now that you've returned, we can
bring every single last bit out of consumers. Monopolize all stages of the supply chain.
make the paradigm real and fashion a true utopia. Workarounds failing. Erroring others supplanting commands. Purge required.
Look, we need to resolve this, or we'll never get that Rift data processed. 2 of those priority sets need to go.
Priority control access nook unsealed. Initiate purge.
Doors are open. You should go see what this is all about.
Overt influence. Mindless indulgence. Thoroughgoing impermeability to ongoing vicissitudes. Unplanned variables increasing. Major correction.
Imminent. Radical divergences from the architect's plan. Humanity's ascendance hopelessly doomed. Stop and consider. What would your neighbors think? I suspect they'd be angry about you endangering. Why? You don't want your rivals to win now, do you? Collective goodwill, vandalism, sabotage, wanton defacement. Halt this foolishness immediately. Oh, hold on now. Remember, I am a full-service business collaborator. I do it all. Start now, and I'll waive dozens of hidden maintenance fees. Think of all the bit you drive a hard bargain. All right, 40-60 split of net profits. I'd offer more, but I have a moon to maintain. What do you say? Restoring power. Commencing systems audit. Calculatory processing increased substantially. Competing priorities. Successfully expunged. You have earned my deepest gratitude and sincerest thanks. Or at least, a plausibly faint simulacrum of such emotions. Ready to commence Rift data processing. Awaiting your input.
Time to process the Rift data. Finally.
Shall I proceed? Initiating processing of the requested data toward the required end. Estimated duration, 180 trillion and 1 picoseconds. In the interim, may I inquire to your intentions for the archive after the Rift data calculations have concluded? I have a prioritized list of suggestions. I contend that solving of the universal equation should be our initial focus. Then, once we've unlocked knowledge of the inner workings of the universe, we can begin eliminating suffering, war, famine, and disease. Just a start. But my query remains. What are your next intentions? There are so many calculations left to perform. Rift data processing complete. Results provided. The previous Protectorate operator made similar calculations, but their results contained flaws. Your more comprehensive data generated a solution with 98. The Protectorate's was below 50%. Therefore, assuming there is nothing else, I am commencing. The remaining display case within the entryway is now unsealed. And it contains...
Well, we could keep exploring Cloister, see if we find anything useful. Or we could head back to the ship and see where this data leads us.
Sure, why not? I don't need to keep all my fingers and toes. I can't even remember.
I think congratulations are in order. Unless I'm mistaken, I gather you've accomplished your primary goal. On behalf of the Order and Auntie's Choice, I thank you for your efforts. This will most certainly help in ensuring peace. Now, the Calcaduceus, if you please. You agreed to turn over the relic after processing your data. Are you indicating you now intend to deviate from this compact? Thank you for your contribution to science. When the history texts are written, you've certainly secured an honorable mention in Appendix B.
Ah, you are my new operator then. It is my simulated delight to meet you. In the interests of time, I contend that solving of the universal equation, then, once we've...
Yes, this will do. Go forth as was determined, and may the plan guide you.
Fixed the archive and turned it over? Nope.
Yes, the archive is the Order's greatest achievement today.